Powerlifting is a strength sport that involves lifting the maximum weight possible in 3 different lifts: squat, bench press, and deadlift. The 3 highest validated scores are added together to determine the total score. Competitors are divided into a series of weight classes, from the women's under 47 kilogram class to the men's over 120 kilogram category. The squat is a multi-joint movement engaging the quadriceps, glutes, hips, and hamstrings. The upper body carries the bar. American Jesus Olivares, weighing 186 kilograms, lifts 2.5 times his weight in a squat, which is 478 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of a show-jumping horse. Frenchwoman Jade Jacob lifts 188 kilograms, over 3 times her weight of 57 kilograms, which means she could lift a racing motorbike on her shoulders. With the feet stabilizing the upper body on the bench press is like a loaded push-up on your back, targeting shoulders, triceps, pectoralis major, and anterior deltoids. In the lightest category, the women's under 47 kilograms, British woman Bobby Butters lifts 100 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of 16 racing bikes. American Jonathan Keiko, in the under 93 kilogram category, lifts 245 kilograms, 2.5 times his own weight, or the equivalent of the weight of a piano. The deadlift targets the abdominal, back and leg muscles, with the hips, quadriceps, hamstrings and adductors, especially in the sumo deadlift. Polish powerlifter Agata Sitko achieved the best performance of all time in the under 69 kilograms category by lifting 248 kilograms, which is 3.6 times her own weight, the equivalent of a pack of 3 rugby sevens players. In the men's under 74 kilogram category, New Zealander Timothy Monegatti deadlifts 331 kilograms, which is 4.5 times his weight, and the equivalent of 36 water packs. American Jesus Olivares lifts a total of 1,152.5 kilograms in his 3 lifts, equivalent to a Le Mans 24-hour car. Powerlifting is an individual sport that is worked on in a community. The quintessential sport of self-improvement and becoming the best version of yourself.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 IPF World Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. I am Amelia Potter, joined in the commentary booth today by GB coach Ben Davies. Good morning.
Good morning, Amelia. Thanks for having me back.
My absolute pleasure. And this morning for you, we have the sub-junior 105s and 93s. The first flight of 14 will be the 93 kilo sub-juniors, followed by a flight of 8 105s. And we have some pretty impressive athletes coming in for us today, and I think it'll be a big fight on the podium, but that first spot is looking pretty secure with Jack Reynolds for now. Should he have a good day, he certainly has some record attempts in him if he was on point. You can see here, opening at the bottom with 290 kilos, which is the current world sub-junior squat record. So starting on a record, let's see where he can build from there.
Japanese athletes, get ready.
Our first lifter of the day, we have Paul Tanzi Ming from Singapore, 180 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, let's see how this squat session unfolds. Some big weights for some of these youngsters for openers. Not expecting any too many dramas, obviously, through the opening squats, but never say never. We saw a few upsets yesterday, hopefully not this morning.
A little tough in that middle portion, but still a well-executed opening attempt. He does get a blue from the side referee if we have a look at that again in the replay and try and catch that. But as you said, the opening attempt, you want the athlete to feel comfortable and confident moving forwards with enough room to grow into a second and third. Jury seem happy with that. Now have Junichiro Imura from Japan, 990 kilos, opening on his personal best.
Possibly a contender for the brightest singlet of the tournament. I've not seen one of those ones yet.
Very smooth opening attempt there for Imura, and it is a good lift. It's not unusual to see a lot of these sub-juniors surpass their personal bests on all three disciplines, if not sometimes around their opening attempt. A good example here, Kai Yokomitsu from Japan, 190 kilos, has a personal best currently of 195, so already very close to it.
Yeah, that is 3 white lights and a good lift. And as you say, Amelia, the rate of progression for some of these sub-juniors is absolutely immense. You know, you think some of them, you know, could have done nationals up to 9 months ago, and actually they just run into here. So they've had 9 months of progress to put onto the platform.
The bar is loaded. Australia, Great Britain, get ready.
Jaden Clark from New Zealand, opening at 205 kilos, 18 years old, so his last year as a sub-junior before heading into the junior category.
Yeah, lovely squat. And 3 white lights from the referees. Good job.
Next out will be Harvey Spencer from Australia, 222.5 kilos on the bar. After Harvey Spencer, Aiden from Great Britain.
Like you said, we definitely have seen some dramatic starts to competitions for some athletes, seen some athletes either not make a squat or almost not do so. So glad to see some comfortable openers and hope that continues for the next 10 lifters. Harvey Spencer out first with 222.5 kilos.
Yeah, nice squat. See what the referees say.
And it's a good lift, 3 white lights. And not all of the opening attempts that are good that you see are going to be super quick. You can see Spencer here with a nice controlled squat. And even though it's not the fastest, he's in control of the bar the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, everyone has got a different squat style. And obviously, compared to what we've seen in this fight so far, he was obviously very wide. So his entire mechanics is going to be very different.
225 kilos in the bar for Jaden Woolgrove from Great Britain. Pretty comfortable looking opener for Woolgrove.
Yeah, very nice. Had the pleasure of spending a bit of time with Jaden. He's a lovely young man, so wishing him all the best for today.
To go out the back of the rack. Bar is loaded.
Juan Ortiz Diaz from Spain, 237.5 kilos for his opening attempt. and it is a comfortable weight. I'm a little worried about the depth though.
Yeah, I agree with me. Let's see what the referees say, and they agree with us. 3 red lights.
And it's very rare that I think I would call that from the commentary booth. If you look here, and I think you agree with me here, is far above parallel.
Yeah, it's one of those where I'm not sure any angle would have been favourable to him, unfortunately. Clearly strength not an issue, so we know we're not expecting any major issues, but not the result you want in your opening squat. You do want to sink it and you want to move on to your second. But he will get another attempt.
Jose Luis Priego Tristel from Spain, opening at 240 kilos. (27 kilos below his personal best, so should be a nice conservative opener. Just need to hit all the marks, listen for the commands, hit depth. Nice smooth opening attempt. Depth looks like it's been hit, and the weight looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, very nice and controlled into the hole there and well out. 2-1, yellow card on this right-hand side.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at the replay and see if we can catch what that was for. Obviously, this is the side he gets that white from. And the elbows did touch his legs, but I think there was no assistance. It just skimmed it, so he'll be okay with that.
Yeah, no, absolutely, totally agree.
Opening 5 kilos below his personal best, we have Ethan Smith from Canada, and there's been a huge amount of Canadian support in the crowd all week, and it's nice to see that this morning is no different for Smith.
It's been very nice, actually. A lot of American and Canadian families obviously travelling down just because of the location has really created some good vibes in these morning sessions.
Smooth looking opener. And a good lift.
The bar is loaded.
Five opening attempts remaining, first of which Jakub Zielonka from Poland, 260 kilos, 3.5 kilos below his personal best, which I imagine is a sub-junior Polish record, as it's not an increment of 2.5 kilos.
Yeah, gets in and out very nicely. And 3 white lights there is a good lift. Definitely see a few nerves amongst the youngsters coming into the openers, but as expected, you see that at all levels.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, squat opener is challenging and nerve-wracking across the board, all the way up until world champions in the open class. Dante Ukiza from Mexico, opening on 262.5 kilos.
Again, for those at home, you'll see a squat PB of 273, which would likely be the Mexican sub-junior record, I would imagine.
Already very close to that here, 10.5 kilos below on his opening attempt.
Yeah, and very comfortable.
3 white lights, a good lift.
The bar is loaded.
We now have from Thailand, Ethan White, opening with 265 kilos.
It seems solid enough. One blue card from the left-hand referee, who actually from this angle hadn't actually put a hand down before the squat command was given.
Yeah, so that means she just wasn't happy with that start position. But if the center referee gives it, then the athlete is good to go. That is their decision. Our penultimate opening attempt here for Chase Gravitt from the United States. 272.5 kilos on the bar. Chase has a personal best of 297.5, and as I mentioned before, the world record as it stands is 290, still with another opener to follow. Wow, and certainly the easiest opener we've seen yet.
Yeah, absolutely. A 3 white lights, good lift. Let's see where this young man ends up.
And it looks like it might be a back and forth fight for that record. As I said, still an opener to follow Chase.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably expecting a few second back-to-back and then third back-to-back attempts, re-breaking the world record.
Yeah, we'll have to see, of course, how this goes and the jump that Reynolds makes. But, as you mentioned, another athlete who'll be vying for it today, Jack Reynolds of the United States, 290, which is the current matched world sub-junior record. So we vying for that on his second. And again, a very comfortable opening attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 white lights. There's going to be a battle on squats today, no doubt.
And with that, 13 of the 14 athletes are on the board. Ortiz Diaz just needs to squat a little deeper on that second attempt to get in on the board with a squat. We move immediately now to the second round of squats. Paul Tanzi Ming from Singapore jumping 5 kilos to 185. Pretty conservative jump here.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, not sure how warm-ups went. Obviously, travelled quite away from Singapore. Any kilos on the bar is obviously positive towards the total. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, and he's getting stuck in that middle portion at the moment, doing well to continue to fight through it, but I think perhaps they'll look for a match personal best on his third, which is just 2.5 kilos above that.
Yeah, absolutely. And even, you know, with a solid but not necessarily fast opener, as you say, Emilio, you did call it out on his opener as well. So, you know, the extra 5 kilos there are really slowing him down, but, you know, sure, he's got some more kilos just to put it all out there on his third attempt.
10 kilo jump now for Japanese lifter Kai Yokomitsu. 200 kilos on the bar. This would be a 5 kilo personal best already. There's a good lift, 3 white lights. You see Kai lifting in slippers here. Different athletes choosing different footwear. This, of course, is probably as close as you can get to being barefoot without not wearing shoes. You'll see some lifters in heels, which just aids depth and ankle mobility a little bit. Just another thing athletes can choose. Junichiro Imura from Japan, taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 202.5.
Yeah, a real nice extension of his own squat PB here, and we're only on seconds. Yeah, that was a very nice squat, and referees say 3 white lights, good lift.
And it fills him with confidence that he can move into his third attempt, knowing that his second moved well, and he has a good shot of that third. Doing a second squat and knowing it's already starting to feel challenging, sometimes it's hard to push into that third then.
Yeah, absolutely.
217.5 kilos in the bar for Jaden Clark from New Zealand, a 12.5 kilo jump. A lot of these lifters have only been competing for 1 or 2 years, and most of them are pretty young. We have a few like Clark who are aging out next year, 18, but still extremely young in the sport. A couple of 16-year-olds in the flight as well.
Yeah, very nice. 3 white lights, good lift. Came out the hole very nicely, slowed down through that sort of lower mid portion. I feel like he will be one of those squatters who it will move very fast until right at the point it doesn't, he'll get stuck at the bottom. But let's see what happens on his third lift.
Yeah, well, he's a very upright squatter, so that's exactly where we'd expect that slow down to come in. I expect to see a small jump there, and it'll be tough, but if he continues that position, he should be okay. Ortiz Diaz from Spain now needs to get this, and hopefully he can gain a couple of extra kilos on his third, but currently without a squat secured, is retaking 237.5. The weight is absolutely fine, it was pretty high, so he's going to have to find a few extra inches.
Yeah, it's one of those things where getting on the board at this point is all important. Let's see.
And it definitely looks better than his opener, but is it good enough? Yes, there we go.
Yeah, to realise that's a good lift. Good job there. Never easy to miss your opener and have to come out and retake, but he's done exactly that.
Harvey Spencer from Australia, jumping to 240. This would be a match personal best. Spencer, he's very controlled with the squat on his opening attempt, so let's see what a 17.5 kilo jump will do to that. Yeah, and a great example of not all good squats are quick squats.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Really well held into the hole and pretty much identical to his first. Powered out, and the 17.5 kilos seemingly provided no more resistance than his opener. I'm sure he won't feel that, but
Jaden Woolgrove from Great Britain taking a 15 kilo jump to 240. This would extend his personal best currently by 2.5 kilos, already here on his second attempt. Again, another strong looking second. Not fast, but certainly strong, certainly controlled.
yeah, absolutely. He's definitely got a lot more to play with in the tank. It'll just depend how much the coaching team want to risk a bump up for him, playing for team points at this point. You know, never say never. There's a long competition to go, but it'll be how many they can scrape in there as they move through the competition.
Jose Luis Priego Triste from Spain, 255 kilos, a 15 kilo jump. Certainly looked tougher than his opener, but it is a good lift. 3 white lights. And you can certainly start to see the difference between a squat being slower and a squat slowing down. You can see here for Priego Tristel that there was resistance rather than it just being controlled, but it's certainly still strong, and if they make a right decision into their third, he could rack up a few extra kilos.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, he actually looked a bit more confident on his opener, so I'm sure, you know, calms that heart rate down, comes out for a third, he'll be able to definitely add some more kilos to the bar.
15 kilo jump now for Canada's Ethan Smith to 260 kilos. This would be a 10 kilo personal best for Smith should he make this already on his second attempt.
Yeah, good squat. Slow down through that middle portion, but 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
And this is where we expect to see from second to third much smaller jumps as the athletes have started to test the water and see where their strength is today.
Yeah, absolutely. And very honestly, I was just saying 5 to his coach there as he walked off, so we won't be seeing another 15-kilo jump there.
Dante Okiza from Mexico, 272.5 kilos, taking a 10-kilo jump, just half a kilo below his personal best. And he'll definitely be in the fight for a squat medal overall. It looks like gold and silver are going to be taken up, but bronze is up for grabs. And here he comes, 272.5, provisionally moves him into squat bronze in the second round with Zilonka and White to follow. Stays in control of the bar very well and is rewarded with 3 white lights and provisionally moves into that bronze position, as I said, with Zilonka, who's taking the same weight, following at a lighter body weight, and White lifting a little bit more. Still in the second round though, so lots to play for.
The bar is loaded.
Same weight on the bar for Jakub Zilonka from Poland, 12.5 kilo jump for a 9.5 kilo personal best. Sorry, 9 kilo personal best, and this will provisionally move him into that squat bronze position.
Yeah, still moving very nicely. Let's see what the referees say. 2-1. 1 red card there on the left-hand side.
Ethan White from Thailand, 277.5 on the bar, a 12.5 kilo jump, looking to move into squat silver for the time being, with Gravitt and Reynolds to follow with back-to-back record attempts. White looking to secure the squat bronze, I'd imagine, but doing his best to build a bigger total here as he's fighting for podium overall against Smith from Canada.
Yeah, very nice squat. And 2-1, 1 red card on this right-hand side nearest us.
Yeah, just a depth call. We'll see the side here where he gets a white light. And I think just a little tough to see with those dark singlets and the spotters. Jury seem happy. And now the first of 2 attempts at the World Sub-Junior record. Gravitt not looking for a chip just yet, looking for a big jump here to a second. The opener was very comfortable. Chase Gravitt, United States World Sub-Junior record, 22.5 kilo jump, and it is still extremely comfortable, and that is a good lift and a new World Sub-Junior squat record for Chase Gravitt.
Yeah, that moved very, very fast, and definitely a lot more kilos in the tank, but we do have another back-to-back record, as you already said, Amelia, coming out in 1 moment.
We'll see who will end up with that record, and Jack Reynolds is not making it an easy job for his teammate, making a huge jump here to 311 kilos. Now this is a 21 kilo jump, so actually slightly smaller jump than we saw Gravitt make, but it would be a far stretch for Gravitt to try and get this on his 3rd attempt. So if Jack Reynolds gets this, he will keep the record 311 kilos on the bar for a world sub-junior record on his second attempt, 11 kilo personal best, and setting off the day with a very strong lead. And it slows down a bit, but it is just so impressive. And that is a good lift and a new world sub-junior record for Jack Reynolds, and it will stay with him as Gravit has not pushed. It's a big jump for him, and wow, just look at that.
Yeah, it'd be a call now from Team USA to see how much more they want to chip onto the record. Obviously about building that total. I mean, look, he's clear at the top of the table, right, so they can pretty much take whatever they want, but adding kilos would always be the preference.
And heading into the third and final round, White currently in squat bronze with 277.5, Gravit in silver with 295, and with the new record, Jack Reynolds in gold, 311. Let's see how far he'll push it as we head into the third and final round of squats. Paul Tanzi Ming from Singapore, 187.5. Taking that 2.5 kilo jump like we expected to match his personal best.
Yeah, that very upright position and just tips forward and just can't recover it. And that's just shows you what 2.5 kilos can do between second and third. Good attempt, but unfortunately no lift.
The bar is loaded.
210 kilos on the bar for Kai Yokimitsu from Japan. A 10 kilo jump for a 10 kilo personal best.
Stands it up. Let's see what the referees say.
2-1, a good lift. He does get a depth call from that center referee, but usually when there are whites from either side, you're in a pretty strong position. I say usually tentatively because I've definitely been wrong in the past. More cases than none. In that scenario, he'll be okay, and he is. Junichiro Imura from Japan, 212.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump. A 10 kilo personal best. Seemed pretty confident with that second attempt.
Yeah, he's been solid squatting so far. Let's see what this extra 10 kilos does to the weight on his back. Yeah, very nice. And that moved well. Definitely more kilos in the tank. Obviously, they've been conservative. But nonetheless, 3 white lights, a good lift.
Bar is loaded for Jaden Clark from New Zealand, 222.5 kilos on the bar. 5 kilo jump.
Yeah, very nice through. Pushes through that middle portion that we saw last time, stands it up, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Just a reminder, after these next 10 attempts, we go immediately into the sub-junior 105s. Ortiz Diaz from Spain missed his opener on depth, managed to come back and find that depth on his second. Now jumping to 245 kilos and hopefully can keep that position that he found on his second. Sensible jump here, not trying to make up ground just yet, especially as squatting deeper is going to be more taxing than the level he was squatting at on his opener.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's likely it's going to add some resistance, but again, let's see how he does.
And he gets it up again. I'm just wondering if it was deep enough again this time. And yeah, I was worried he moved more towards that position we saw in his opener.
Absolutely, and if he's been squatting like that through training, you know, his muscle memory when it gets heavy is just going to be to revert to that, unfortunately, too high position. But nonetheless, we move on.
5 kilo jump now for Jaden Woolgrove from Great Britain, looking for another personal best here. 245 on the bar for the British athlete. Oh, that is a fantastic fight. Does so well to keep with the bar and push through. And it is a good lift. 3 white lights.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see it on the replay. You can really see he hits the hole quite hard compared to his second. Those knees shoot back, but he controls it so well.
Is not bullied by the bar at all.
No, absolutely. Very well squatted there.
The bar is loaded.
The 10 kilo jump for Australian athlete Harvey Spencer. 250 for a 10 kilo personal best, and another athlete that so far has done really well to be patient, to keep in position, and he's not a quick squatter, but so far that's worked extremely well for him. And let's see if he can do that again here for a 10 kilo personal best. Yeah, there you go. Oh, and that is tough because he was tipping to the side but not down, and it was in the interest of the lifter to help him there, but you know, it's one of those situations that it probably was good that they did that, but you can see the bar hadn't dipped, but he was just going to tip over, so it was a good catch.
Yeah, I mean, the jury will obviously make their decision. It did look like if they hadn't caught him, he would have come off on that right-hand side.
Oh, and it looks like he's going to get given another attempt there because they did take it early, so he'll get that at the end of the round following Reynolds' record attempt. But right now we have Priego Tristel from Spain, 260, a 5 kilo jump.
Yeah, very nice and slow and controlled as we've seen throughout, and 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Next up will be from Canada, 265 kilos on the bar. Harvey Spencer will be getting another attempt at the 250 at the end of the round.
And the bar is loaded for Ethan Smith from Canada, 265. The 260 was pretty tough. Let's see if he can scrap together another 5 kilos here on his third attempt.
Yeah, he definitely gets some support in the room here, so if anyone can summon that extra 5 kilos, I'm sure Ethan can. Not today, unfortunately, just a little bit too much.
Yeah, and that second attempt really was a limit lift, so like he was saying, it would have been a fight of a lifetime to get that weight up if it wasn't to move. We have 5 squats remaining, and then the retake by Harvey Spencer of the 250 to follow before the next flight. Dante Acuita from Mexico, 7.5 kilo jump to 280, and this is an attempt to move onto the squat podium into bronze for the time being, with Zielonka and White to follow. It'll be a 7 kilo personal best, looking to take home a new sub-junior Mexican squat record and hopefully a bronze medal. Oh, and a very well picked final attempt.
Yeah, and 3 white lights, good lift.
And for the time being, moves into that bronze medal position on squat. But Team Poland and Team Thailand are to answer.
2 more lifters to change the teams. 2 more lifters to change the teams.
First of which is Jakub Zielonka from Poland, 282.5 to move into squat bronze provisionally, with White to follow at a lighter body weight. This will take the squat bronze away from Okitsa. It's a 10 kilo jump. Let's see how he handles this for a personal best.
He drives through that middle portion and raises the bar. Let's see what the referees say.
And 2 to 1, a good lift. Provisionally moves into that bronze position. He does get a depth call from the side, we can see in the replay.
Last lifter to change teams. Last lifter to change
And
teams.
it should stand. It looks okay, and the jury seem happy with it. Moves into that bronze position, and only one athlete can take that from him now, and that is Ethan White from Thailand, taking a 5 kilo jump to 282.5. Matching his best ever squat in an attempt to get that squat bronze, but also he's fighting for bronze overall, so these extra 5 kilos will be important, particularly because Smith did miss. Another very well executed final attempt. And a good lift, moves into bronze.
Yeah, some very good attempt selection here as we've gone up. Perfect weights on the bar.
5 kilos on the bar. No more changes for opening teams to 105. So no more changes.
And a little sneak peek into the future. He's got a big old deadlift on him coming up. But we'll have to wait until we get there to see what it is. Chase Gravitt from the United States is not trying to push that 311 that Reynolds hit on his second attempt. Held the record, even if it was just momentarily. Now jumping to 307.5 kilos. Already from today, this is 17.5 kilos above what the world record was yesterday. An incredible amount of weight. Already has squat silver secured. Oh, and he is just so strong.
Yeah, very well done there. And 2 to 1. Blue card there on the left-hand side.
Have a look at that again in the replay, but very well picked attempts in his corner.
Following Jet will be Harvey Spencer, retaking his third.
And I think that referee just wasn't happy with that finishing position. But it will stay, and we head into the heaviest squat of the session. And of course, it's none other than Jack Reynolds. The bar is loaded to 320.5 kilos for Jack Reynolds. This is 30.5 kilos ahead of where the record was before. What an incredible attempt. The junior record at 331, been held since 2019 by Anatoly. So that's been long-standing, and already in the sub-juniors at 18 years old, Jack Reynolds is getting close to that. So let's see if he can push that record one more time today. 320.5 kilos. And look at the fight. What an impressive athlete he is. It is a good lift, 3 white lights, and in his last sub-junior year pushes the squat record by 30.5 kilos. Junior 93s, he's coming.
Yeah, he really is. What an impressive squat. And he even looked like he had a handful of kilos left on the bar as well. So no doubt we're going to be seeing big things in the coming years from this young man.
And we have 1 squat remaining. If you recall, Harvey Spencer had a tough battle with 250 and The bar started to look a little hard on one side, and the spotters thought it was safest to take it, but coach and jury agreed that the bar hadn't dipped and it's only fair to give him another shot at it. So he's had a few minutes to rest now and is looking to reattempt 250 kilos for a big personal best. And it was a fight the first time, but he's very consistent, very controlled. So if anybody can get it up, he's likely to be one of the few.
And not this time. It's always a risky call to come out and retake, especially where it was a grind on the first.
Just a little too taxing.
Absolutely.
But well worth coming out for it. And he failed quickly, so hopefully didn't spend too much energy on that in that fight. We're going to head into the 105s, but just a summary of the squats as we've seen it. Thailand's Ethan White walks away with squat bronze with 282.5 on body weight ahead of Zielonka. From the United States in silver, for a moment held the record with Chase Gravitt from the United States, and in squat gold with a 30.5 kilo extension of the old sub-junior record, we have USA's Jack Reynolds with 320.5. We head immediately now into the 105s, just the spotters looking to fix up that rack. And if we look at the running order as it stands, we have some, again, huge opening attempts. We have 3 athletes opening above 290 kilos, the world sub-junior record at 312. And in the 105s, you expect that to be one jump. Even if they are sub-juniors, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic session with a potential back-to-back-to-back record attempts between Wilson, Beta, and Rue. United States and Australia vying for those records as we head into the opening attempts. Giuseppe Alessandro Vincenzi Porras from Costa Rica, opening on 70 kilos here, perhaps a little bit injured. His personal best is 110, so a little way below it, unless he's just looking to make some bigger jumps.
Yeah, I think it's a fair assumption. He's probably coming into this carrying a small injury and just...
And that is a good lift, 3 white lights. I think it looks like a good opening attempt. Very comfortable for him, as expected.
I think he needs to buy the spots and loads a cup of coffee after this, energise them after to load and unload the plates from 70 to a 220 kilo jump there.
Yeah, and so is the case when we have an array of athletes in a flight of 8. You know, we're going to be jumping from one number to another. We have Philip Benet from Canada, 220 kilos.
Yeah, very controlled into the hole. And that's 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Yeah, just watching the replay here. Very nice and controlled into the hole there, giving the referees no doubt as to his depth.
And we now have Dan Clotaire de Decken from Belgium.
Coming out here for 247.5 kilos.
.265 is his current best.
Very fast in and out of the hole here. Let's see what the referees say. Just waiting on the centre light, and that is 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
The right thing is good lift. Next up will be Fabian Bukowski.
Yeah, looking at the replay, very quick and in and out of the hole. So let's see what he takes for his jump into a second.
Fabian Bukowski from Poland. 255 of his personal best. Now looking for 250 on his opening attempt. Vincenzi Porras from Costa Rica X'd out his second and third attempt, so the flight will move a little bit quicker here.
Very solid opening squat there from Fabian. And that is 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
We have Saxo Lee from Denmark, 255 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded.
Saxoli Skibai from Denmark, opening on 255 kilos. Pretty conservative opener, has a best of 286. Yeah, and that's a lovely looking opening attempt for Skibai.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking very strong here. 3 white lights, good lift. Expect to see a big jump from him.
92.5 kilos on the bar. Will be followed by Sean and Pankhaus.
The next 3 lifters, as I mentioned, all opening at 290 and above, world sub-junior record standing at 312. First of which we have Austin Wilson from the United States, 292.5 on the bar, has a personal best of 318, so already that is 6 kilos above the world record. Will we see a back-to-back-to-back record attempt in the seconds? We might. Wow, and that is speedy.
Yeah, very nice opener there. Referee, no. 3 red lights, 2 yellows and a blue on the left-hand side.
So yeah, let's have a look at that in the replay. The blue, I imagine, for the positioning. Yellow, I think he might have skipped to command. But he is clearly strong enough. So let's see what Team USA decide to do here for the second as we move into the final 2 attempts. And these 2 athletes are going to be fighting for the overall title, and prognosis matched on total, separated only by body weight. Bader, the heavier of the 2. 295 now for Sean Bader from Australia, has a personal best of 315. So again, already above the world sub-junior record. Let's see how this moves and if he can execute. Hits the hole quite hard, and I think that wasn't what he planned to do, so hopefully he can adjust in the second, but it looked like a good lift.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 white lights from the referees. Seemed to rush it there. He's got plenty of time on the clock. Hopefully he'll rectify that on his second and execute a little bit more with a little bit more stability.
And a lot will be told by how the next lifter's opening attempt goes, because they're going to be pushing each other, trying to match each other neck and neck the entire race. Juan Carlos Rue from the United States, 297.5 kilos with a personal best of 318.5, 6.5 kilos above the world record. Let's see how this moves. Opening the closest to the record with the highest current personal best. Wow, and that certainly spells danger for not just Bader, but the record in that second round. 3 white lights, a good lift, and he certainly means business.
Yeah, absolutely. When you can see someone who can execute that fast in and out of the hole, we should be in with a treat. That was a very quick squat.
Yeah, sometimes we say it looks like an empty bar, but really looked like there was no bar on his back whatsoever. And heading into the second round, slightly shorter now with 7, sorry. Wilson still not on the board. We'll see how that plays out as we head into the second round now. 235 on the bar for Philippe Benet from Canada. 15 kilo jump. Certainly looks strong. Let's wait for the lights. Yeah, and I was a little hesitant. I was a little worried about the depth. He gets a yellow from the center referee, but it was the depth that I was a bit more concerned. And tell me what you think about that, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he was pushing the boundaries on the opener. Obviously got his lift, but nonetheless, you know, he has cut it slightly short there, and unfortunately will have to make a decision going into his third.
Fabian Blakowski from Poland taking a 10 kilo jump to 260. Very tight battle for the squat bronze as it was in the 93 sub-juniors. So this provisionally moves him to squat bronze. A few lifters here to follow.
Unfortunately, no lift there. Little bit too heavy. To be fair, a little technical issue there. He hit the hole quite hard and let his hips and knees rock back. You know, we're assuming, you know, that he's lifted this weight in the gym, and therefore a few technical adjustments, and he'll be good to come out for his third.
Yeah, it depends how much of a grind in him he might have as well. He might just be a lifter that fails quite quickly, but hoping he does have that second gear he can kick into. Dan Clotaire de Dekin from Belgium, 265 kilos to match his personal best and provisionally move him to squat bronze in the second round of squats. Of course, Wilson with not yet on the board. If Wilson's to get that second squat, the squat podium is likely to already be decided.
Stands it up, and referees say 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Yeah, that extra weight providing a little bit of resistance in that middle portion.
Yeah, and provisionally moves into that squat bronze. Of course, we have Skibai looking to take that, and of course Wilson not yet on the board, who will move into that position if he gets it. Saxo Lee Skibai from Denmark, 275 kilos, a 20 kilo jump. Still below his personal best of 286, and his opener was very comfortable.
Yeah, very nice second there.
3 white lights, a good lift. Still, yeah, like you said, very comfortable. And as suspected, with these final 3 attempts getting dangerously close and maybe above the current World Sub-Junior record. First out without a squat on the board, Austin Wilson didn't get that 292.5, is making the choice here to jump to 305 kilos anyway. He wants his opportunity not just to get on the board, but perhaps to try for that record in the third round and get as big of a squat as possible towards that total.
Yeah, absolutely. Wilson obviously all contending for that third place total position as well, so really needs to get this one done.
And that looks way better.
Yeah, absolutely. Weight offering little resistance and look deeper from here. Referees do agree, 2-1 though. Blue card on that left-hand side.
Yeah, let's have a look again at that replay. Gets on the board. Referees gave him a blue. Jury looking at it now, and it would be for that end position. But jury are happy with it, and he's on the board and immediately into squat gold for the time being. But we head now to Sean Bader from Australia. Hit the hole pretty hard on his opening attempt. Has chosen to go to 307.5. He is going to be fighting for that overall spot against Juan Carlos, who is coming out afterwards. So they have to be a little bit aggressive, find that fine line between safe and aggressive on their second attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they don't want too many misses here because they do have the other USA individual coming up behind. Certainly more control.
That looks a lot better. Does not hit the hole like he did on his opening attempt. And 2-1, a good lift. Yeah, and I think it was a case of convincing his coach as well, like, look, I know the mistake I made, I can take that jump.
Yeah, absolutely. And from looking at the way that he did squat his opener, you would suggest that, you know, he was just a little bit nervous going into it.
And now our final second attempt, and it's expected, we knew at least one of those lifters would go for it on the second. Juan Carlos Virue from the United States of America, jumping to 315 kilos, not looking for a chip just yet. I imagine they'll push for that in their third, as it will come helpful in that fight against Bader. 315 on the bar for a new world sub-junior record for Virue. Let's see how this moves. Still below his personal best. Maybe nodded a little too early and knocked him off, but it still looked good. And let's hope it is. It is a new sub-junior world record, a good lift, and almost took it away from himself there.
Yeah, he really did. And look, even if he squatted this weight many times in the gym, small movements like that halfway through your squat make a difference to the balancing and positioning of you. And I'm sure he won't be doing that on his third and final attempt.
Yeah, guys, please nod at the end, when you know you've got the lift, because that could have taken it away from him in a tight battle. And we move through to the third round now. Everybody now on the board. Philip Benet from Canada looking to retake 235.
He drives it through out the hole very slow, but stands it up, the referees say. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. What a great recovery after missing on the second. He's really controlled it into the hole, slow out, held that position absolutely perfectly, and a great lift there from the Canadian. Great job.
Yeah, it takes a lot of focus to come back and get that after missing it on his second. Fabian Rakowski from Poland looking to do the same here, retaking 260.
Yeah, and you look at the way that moved compared to his second, definitely it was a technical issue on his second. That moved very nicely, and the referees agree, 3 white lights.
Yeah, and you can see he's slightly annoyed there, but better to be relieved that you get it than annoyed that you missed it on the second. And Cother de Decken from Belgium taking a 10-kilo jump to 275, looking for another personal best here in his third and final squat.
Yeah, some huge weights on the bar, and this pack of athletes really fighting for those team points, see where they can position themselves. drives through it really nicely, stands it up.
And that is a good lift. 2-1, a new personal best. Just 4 squats remaining. And we didn't get the triple back-to-back record attempt that we were hoping for, but we will see a back-to-back attempt in this round. 290 kilos for Saxo Lee Skibai from Denmark. 15 kilo jump from his second for a 4 kilo personal best. Looking to take home sub-junior Danish squat record. That's a big fight, but does very well to not let the bar dip.
Absolutely, he's kept the bar moving throughout the movement there. And 3 white lights, what a good lift there. Were very well deserved.
And Sean Bader from Australia looking for a 2.5 kilo jump, not risking it, pushing that record today, which I think is a sensible decision. Look, it comes down to deadlifts and often is split up only by kilos.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, when you look at the total prognosis, and I know we've got bench and deadlifts to go through, every kilo is going to matter as you get into that back end. One missed lift can make all the difference.
Wow, and he gets it going again after quite a turbulent stop, and that is a good lift, 3 white lights, and yeah, I don't think he had more in the tank today, so it's absolutely the right call for him, and I think probably hitting the hole hard on that opener would have taken more energy from him than he hoped.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look at that replay, you know, no more kilos left in the tank there.
And
once that bar stops, it is very hard to get going again.
And now back-to-back record attempts. Both athletes have put in 320.5, and that means if Virue is to get it, it will go up to 321 for Wilson. But if he misses, the 320.5 will stay the same. So looking to extend the record here in his final attempt. World Sub-Junior record, 320.5 kilos for Juan Carlos from the United States. Still so powerful out of that hole. A comfortable looking third and a comfortable looking new World Sub-Junior record. 2-1, a good lift. He does get a depth call from this side, so as the jury watch it, we're gonna wait with bated breath, but I think it's just because he's so quick in and out of that hole, it's hard for the referees to see it.
Yeah, it really is. And to be fair, I personally a better squat than his second. He much well controlled and very well deserved.
And now, as suspected, Austin Wilson looking to walk away with that record, take it back off Juan Carlos. It will stay with the USA, but which athlete will it be with? That is the question. Austin Wilson has squatted 318 before, so this is 3 kilos more than he's ever squatted, hoping to take an extra chip here, hoping to secure that bronze medal overall, and maybe even if anybody above him slips up, he can capitalize. We'll have to wait and see, but for now, for a new World Sub-Junior record for Austin Wilson, 321 kilos on the bar, looking to take it away from Juan Carlos Virue. One last squat, and it is monumental.
Yeah, very well executed there. Let's see what the referees say.
And that is a good lift and a new world sub-junior record for Austin Wilson from the United States, and a great end to squats. Look at that.
Yeah, all the athletes here really brought their A game on their third lifts, and the reward there for Wilson was a world record.
And we now head into a 10-minute break, but first, Bader walking away with squat bronze of 310. Shortly holding the record in silver, Viruway with 320.5, and in squat gold with the new world sub-junior record, Austin Wilson from the United States with 321. We're going to head into a short break now before bench press. We'll catch you there. And welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. And we have just had a pretty electric start to the competition with the sub-junior 93s and sub-junior 105s. We saw Jack Reynolds squat 320.5 kilos, extending the sub-junior squat record by 30.5 kilos. We also saw back-to-back records in the 105s, and I'm sure bench is going to promise some exciting things as well. Reynolds opening 15 below the current bench record. Into opening attempts, Kai Yokomitsu from Japan, 100 kilos.
Yeah, solid opening attempt there, and 3 white lights from the referees. Again, I say it every time, not expecting any upsets in openers. Obviously we do see it, but hopefully all the athletes on their A game today, and we will move through in 2 seconds nicely. Seeing the replay there, no worries at all there.
The bar is loaded.
Ethan White from Thailand coming out for 125 kilos for his opening attempt. Similar to squat, we want a nice, comfortable opening attempt that leaves the athlete confident that they can move into their second and third. So hoping for no drama here in bench.
Absolutely, and even on prognosis here, the Thai athlete in stiff competition for that 3rd overall spot with the Canadians. So we'll see how it progresses through this bench session.
From Spain, 127.5 kilos on the bar. The bar is loaded.
Jose Luis Priego Tristel from Spain, 127.5. And that's a nice smooth opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next out, we'll have Ortiz Diaz from Spain, 132.5 kilos on the bar. Japan, Mexico, get ready. The bar is loaded.
Juan Ortiz Diaz from Spain, 132.5, opening on his current personal best.
Yeah, very solid opening lift there.
And is a good lift, 3 white lights. And I think the rule of thumb is the quieter we're able to be on the opening attempts, probably the better it is for the athletes competing. We've certainly seen some sessions this week where up to 4 athletes haven't got an opening bench in, and hoping that's the last time we see it this week.
Yeah, absolutely. No one wants to see any athletes missing an opening lift. It makes it much more difficult for them to progress through. And we've seen a few bomb outs, hopefully not in this session though.
Junichiro Imura from Japan, 135, opening on his personal best. And yeah, what Ben means by that is that they've not been able to get one lift of a certain discipline in, which means they can't post a total. You can only post a total with, at the very least, 1 squat, 1 bench, and 1 deadlift. Imura now, opening on his personal best.
Yeah, very speedy opening lift there. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Yeah, very well controlled onto his chest there. You can see in the replay, he's in, gets a very quick press command and out. Slight little wobble on the chest there, but probably weight too light for him. I'm sure we'll see a sizable jump there for bench press by the Japanese lifter.
Dante Urquiza from Mexico, 137.5 kilos. Very smooth and quick opener there for Urquiza. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
The bar is loaded.
Jakub Zielonka from Poland. $137.5 on the bar, 5 kilos below his personal best.
Yeah, very nice speedy opener there from the Polish, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Next out will be Jaden Clark from New Zealand with 140 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded.
Jaden Clark from New Zealand coming out for 140 kilos. Looks like he dropped his opening attempt, so maybe warm-up's just feeling a little tougher than he anticipated, but it's definitely smart to do to adjust for the day. This is still pretty close to his personal best of 150.
Three whites and good lifting for Jaden. Next out we have
3 white lights, a good lift.
from Singapore, 150 kilos on the bar. Following him will be Carly and Chase. The bar is loaded.
Paul Tanzi Ming from Singapore opening on his personal best of 150 kilos.
Yeah, very solid opening lift there from Singapore. The referees agree, 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Spencer from Australia, 160 kilos on the bar. The bar
Harvey
is
Spencer from Australia, 160 kilos, 5.5 kilos below his personal best and Australian sub-junior record. If you remember, Spencer just had a mishap with his final squat, retook it, but didn't get it. So let's hope that didn't tank his energy all too much.
And another very speedy opener there from the Australian, and 3 white lights, good lift.
Next out will be Chase Gravitt from the USA with 170 kilos on the bar. Chase will be followed by Jaden Wargrove of Great Britain. The bar is loaded.
Chase Gravitt from the United States opening on 170 kilos. 10 kilos below his personal best. momentarily held that squat record, but was then further extended by Jack Reynolds. And a very speedy bench opener. Very similar speed that we saw in his squat. Seems to be the type of lifter he is.
Next up, we have Jaden Woolgrove from Great Britain, 175 kilos on the bar. Jaden Ethan Smith, then Jack Reynolds. The bar is loaded.
We now have Jaden Woolgrove from Great Britain, opening 2.5 kilos below his personal best. 175 on the bar here, and certainly in with a shot of both a personal best and a bench press medal.
Bit of a grindy opener there.
Yeah, it's a little tough.
Yeah, 3 white lights. Again, not out the back with him. Hopefully that was just a little technical error, a touch point on the chest, something like that. Obviously gets it in, which is all important.
We're starting the second round.
We see where they jump there to the second, and if I was them, I probably wouldn't take more than 2.5 kilo jump to test the waters there.
No, absolutely not. Look, take what you're presented with in front of you. Take the 2.5, and if it moves nicely, you can maybe take the risk on the third. But absolutely not worth it any more than that at this stage.
Ethan Smith from Canada, 187.5, already 7 kilos above his personal best. And looking to make up some ground here to push White for that bronze overall if he can.
Yeah, just making sure he's giving very clear instructions there to the spotter, handing him out, making sure he maximises every single kilo in this bench press. Yeah, tough opening lift.
Yeah, it is a good lift, but similar to before, you don't want to take any risks here. And, you know, he shakes his head as he comes off, and certainly much harder than you want to start on, but he's on the board.
The bar is loaded.
Now our final opening attempt, Jack Reynolds, 195, has a personal best of 205, the world sub-junior record at 210, and he is on target not just to beat potentially that, but with the record he hit on squats, I imagine the total is in more than danger overall. Let's see how this opener moves for him. And it's not the speediest in the world, but it certainly looks strong, and it is a good lift. I'm not sure the record will necessarily be in danger unless all his 3 benches move like that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have to. Well, I suppose we'll see what he puts in for a second and then judge from there. But bench press, you know, the margins are so fine that it wouldn't be unusual even at this weight to see 7.5 and a 5, and that doesn't get him there. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see it on his third, but the second would have to move pretty convincingly. And just with that, all 14 lifters have a bench press secured. We move into the second round with Kai Yokomitsu from Japan, 107.5. This would match his personal best.
Yeah, solid second attempt there. Hit the touch point. You see that chalk mark on his chest. So he's obviously touching it exactly where he needs to be. And 3 white lights, good lift.
132.5 kilos on the bar. And then final.
Ethan White from Thailand coming out for a 7.5 kilo jump to 132.5. This matches his current personal best.
Bar is loaded.
So Ethan overall in the battle for third spot, with the Canadian following up closely behind him, so every kilo is going to count. Yeah, a little bit slow and sticky off the chest there.
Yeah, and we've seen a few slow attempts so far pretty early on, but we don't know these individual athletes, and we've certainly seen athletes surprise us and just move all 3 attempts pretty slow, but consistently.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've said it before in previous sessions, Amelia, that actually with bench press the margins are so tight. You know, you miss that touch point just by a centimetre on the chest, and it can make all the difference. So, you know, the athletes know themselves, the coaches know them. I'm sure they'll either adjust or make the right call into their third and final attempts.
We can only hope. Jose Luis Priego Tristel from Spain, 135, looking to match his personal best here in his second.
Yeah, moving well there, 3 white lights.
Next up will be Don Otis-Diaz, 137.5 on the bar.
Yeah, very powerful off the chest, and let's see what the coach has put in for his third and final attempt.
Juan Otis Diaz from Spain taking a 5 kilo jump to 137.5 for his second attempt. This would be a personal best of 5 kilos.
Yeah, very solid attempt there.
Yeah, lost the bar path a tiny bit, but is otherwise very smooth and
Next up we'll have Don
looked very good for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll see it here on the replay. He almost presses straight up towards the ceiling and then realises he needs to adjust that bar angle and gets it going up and back towards the rack.
Yeah.
But still very quick off the chest.
A lot of coaches would recommend benching towards the rack rather than up vertically.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite often use the up and back towards the rack cue. Works well for pretty much most athletes.
Dante Acruzza from Mexico, 145 on the bar, just shy of his personal best of 147.5.
Yeah, for those at home maybe new to the sport, quite often, especially on thirds, you'll hear the coaches from the side shouting back, back, back towards the athlete, and that's exactly what they're referring to get that bar moving back in towards the rack. Solid attempt there, and 3 white lights, good lift. Definitely giving himself room to add some kilos to his third and final attempt. Getting interesting to talk about touch points. You can see the chalk mark from his opener, slightly different there on his second, but nonetheless it moved very nicely.
Junichiro Emura from Japan taking a 10 kilo jump to 145 here. Wow, still very, very smooth for Emura. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Over the years, Japan becoming a well-known nation for producing great bench presses.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got their own technique named after them, although not that you see it on this particular lift, though, yeah, where they rotate their wrists right out.
Bar is loaded.
Jakub Zielonka from Poland jumping 7.5 kilos to 145. This would be 2.5 kilos above his personal best.
Yeah, again, moving very nicely there. And 2-1. Yellow card from the centre referee.
Yeah, usually from the centre it will be for a jumped command. Perhaps the centre could see lifted heels or head's fine, but you can't see the glutes lifting from that position.
No, centre ref just obviously having a small conversation there with the jury, but no issues, lift stands.
Jaden Clark from New Zealand, 145 for his second attempt, 5 kilo jump. And certainly slowed down a lot there. A good lift. And I wouldn't suggest probably more than a 2.5 kilo jump after that 5.
No, absolutely not. So bench press, it can slow down very, very quickly.
Especially with a slightly closer grip there. You know, it's the exact portion we expected to slow down, and it's hard to push through.
You know, it really is.
Paul Tanzi Ming from Singapore taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 157.5 for a personal best.
Yeah, his opening bench moved very well. Yeah, solid second.
And a good lift, 3 white lights. Harvey Spencer from Australia for his second attempt coming out now, a 10 kilo jump, 4.5 kilo personal best, 170 on the bar.
Very hard onto the chest, but he pushes through it with no issues at all. 3 white lights, good lift.
No issues with elbow depth whatsoever there. Jaden Woolgrove from Great Britain here, 182.5, a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Yeah, the opener wasn't the easiest, but again, look, he knows himself. He's going to have that conversation with the coaches. Let's hope this is the right call for Jaden.
Yeah, and I imagine that he's here to fight for a bench press medal today, but like you said, we were surprised to see 7.5 kilos go on, and maybe it's just a slight alteration he can make to make it look much easier.
Well caught there from the spotters.
Yeah, and I think it wasn't the greatest decision, and it's important for the coaches to stay strong when you're talking to sub-juniors who are trying to convince you for a slightly bigger jump. You know, it's their job to say, no, we can try and get there for the third, but the opener was tougher than we anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to take with what you're presented with in front of you. Look, they'll live and learn. They're on the board, but it's going to be a tough one to come out and retake on your third.
Chase Gravitt from the United States, 182.5, a 12.5 kilo jump to his second.
Yeah, speedy just like his opener.
And a good lift, 3 white lights. Immediately goes into bench bronze. And even if Woolgrove is to get his third attempt at 182.5, he weighed in at 93 on the dot, so The bronze medal will go to Gravit. Our penultimate second attempt now. We have Ethan Smith from Canada taking a 5 kilo jump to 192.5, and from memory also had a bit of a tough opening attempt. And we can't see him coming out. And I think they're just letting it time out, maybe giving him a little bit more of a break in between. Yeah, and the coach has just signaled to me that Smith isn't coming out for that second attempt. We said the opener was a little tough.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see if he comes out for a third. And it's not unusual, you know, when opener is tough to time out the second and then come out for the third. Hopefully there's no injury there, and he will come out, but we will see.
Yeah, and as it stands, he's still holding on to bench press silver with 187.5 from his opener, even if it was a little tough. We'll see if he does come out for that third. Reynolds holding on to 195, and it doesn't look like that's likely to be taken. Gravit has at very least secured the bronze with 182.5 as we head into our final bench press in the second round, following the third round afterwards. And our final second attempt, as I'm sure you could have guessed, we have Jack Reynolds from the United States taking a 10 kilo jump to 205, a match personal best. And now we said the opener was a little bit tough for him, but again, it could have been a position thing. And if he gets this and it looks good, he's well within reaching distance of picking up another chip and another record. So let's see how that 205 moves now for Reynolds.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to look at the prognosis as well. Like, assuming he gets his opening deadlift, he is a bit of an island there ahead in first place. So actually, you know, bench press, worth taking the risk for another potential world record.
Yeah, and it looks about the same, I have to say. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights. I'd be interested now to see if they put 210.5 on the bar. 5.5 kilo jump might be hard, but I think it's well within his capabilities.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say well within capability, and to be honest, I think at this stage in the game, looking at where we are, worth the risk for a world record.
Absolutely, and we head into that final round now with Reynolds leading on bench. No one's taking that bench gold from him. Behind we have Smith from Canada, and trying to push him off of the silver position, Gravit from the United States. Kai Yokomitsu from Japan, 115 on the bar.
Drives it up, that left arm lagging, but he does raise the bar. Let's see what the referees say. No, 2-1, no lift. Yellow cards there from centre and left-hand side. You can really see it here on the replay. Yeah. Unfortunately, no lift there. Next up, we have Ethan White from Thailand, 135 kilos. Don't count Ethan out. If you look at prognosis, he's still sat there right in third, so he'll be wanting to add every kilo he can to his prognosis total.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's in a really good position to do so right now, particularly as he has got the biggest deadlift of the flight. Certainly his opener is already above the world record, so just grabbing a couple extra kilos here could be really important. But certainly not integral. He's still got a pretty strong lead ahead of Smith, who's yet to get a third attempt in. Just a little heavy today, but got everything he could have out of his bench there with 132.5. And you often see those who are extremely good at deadlifts, not always the strongest in comparison on bench. Jose Luis Priego Tristel from Spain, 140 kilos, 5 kilo jump. A little slower towards lockout there. Still pretty quick off the chest, but looked good.
Yeah, kept it all together and 3 white lights. He will register that bench press and move on to deadlifts.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great third attempt and didn't empty the tank too much there. Ortiz Diaz from Spain, 142.5 on the bar, a 5 kilo jump to be a 5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, very solid third attempt there.
Yeah, great final attempt. And a good lift. And third attempts don't always necessarily need to be an absolute grind of a lifetime. You know, it's good to get it quite securely like that. Definitely hard, definitely top end, but didn't absolutely empty the tank in terms of energy. Jaden Clark from New Zealand, 147.5. Taking that 2.5 kilo jump there, I think we expected him to go for just 2.5 below his best ever bench. Certainly the right choice. It's a good third attempt, and it's 3 white lights.
Jaden. Next up, we'll have Dante Afusa from Mexico, 150 kilos. Dante will be followed by Jacob and Junichiro. The bar is loaded.
Dante Afusa from Mexico, 150 kilos, 5 kilo jump for a 2.5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, very smooth third there. And 3 white lights, good lift.
Next up, we'll have Jesse Silva from Poland with 152.5 kilos on the bar.
Jakub Zielonka from Poland, 152.5, 7.5 kilo jump for a 7.5 kilo personal best.
No, unfortunately not today. Came off the chest, good fight, but unfortunately couldn't get the bar moving again.
155 kilos on the bar. After that, we have Paul from Singapore and Harvey from Australia. 4 lifters to change open attempts for 105s. 4 lifters to change open attempts for 105s. The bar is loaded.
Junichiro Imura from Japan taking a 10 kilo jump again here to 155.
Yeah, both his opener and second lift moving very well indeed. And if he's successful, this lift will add 10 kilos to his personal best.
Oh, just a little bit of a misload there. I was wondering if it was anything that Junichiro was doing wrong, but no, good catch there from the center referee and the jury, and the bar is reloaded and the clock reset.
Definitely offers some resistance. Let's see what the referees say.
Yeah, goes a yellow from the center referee, maybe for just beating the command ever so slightly, and then a yellow from the side referee, so perhaps some lifting of the glutes here as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think jumping that command is definitely the call there.
Paul Tanzi Ming from Singapore, 162.5, a 5 kilo jump, another personal best.
Yeah, Paul had a great bench press session so far. Let's hopefully he can close the round out 3 for 3.
Yeah, he does so extremely well. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next up will be Harvey Spencer from Australia, 175 kilos on the bar.
Harvey Spencer from Australia, taking a 5 kilo jump to 175. Pretty big milestone lift for a lot of lifters to get those 3 red plates aside here on bench. For 5 kilo personal best, getting those red plates on the platform for the very first time.
Yeah, very well executed. He's so hard on the chest, but generates so much power. And again, another 3 white lights, good lift.
One more lift to change opening attempts. Next up, we have Jaden Wolfram from Great Britain, 182.5 kilos on the bar. Jaden will be followed by Chase, Ethan, then Jack.
We now have Jaden Woolgrove from Great Britain, and we thought the 7.5 kilo jumps was a little bit aggressive, and it turned out that might be the case in the second, but we'll see if anything can change here and he can push through it this time on his 3rd and final attempt for a 5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, no, just too heavy today. That 7.5 kilo jump. Look, he's young. Hopefully he recovers from that and learns a lesson. You know, you've got to take what you're presented with on any given day. And 7.5 kilo jump from his opener was a big ask.
Yeah, a lesson all round, not just for him, but, you know, for the coaching team as well. I think it's important that, you know, you meet somewhere between listening to the athlete and going with your guts.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
And 3 benches remaining in this flight of 93s before we head through to the sub-junior 105s. 190 in the bar for Chase Gravitt from the United States to provisionally move into bench press silver. Bronze already secured at the very least. 7.5 kilo personal best, and Gravitt has been lifting so well today. And bench press is no different.
No, he's so powerful off that chest, and obviously the open moved very fast, but second and third moving at a very similar pace and looking like he had kilos left in the tank.
2.5 kilos on the bar. Ethan will be followed by Jet, and then we will have our 105s.
Ethan Smith from Canada, 192.5, and he's saying no. He's just coming out to say thank you to the spotters and loaders. He just thinks 187.5 is the top of his limit. Didn't come out for the second. We thought maybe he was giving himself a bit more of a break, but instead did that. And you know, arguably it's a full flight. They could have just X'd out the attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives Reynolds obviously that rest that he needed through the flight. And to be fair, look, he's in a battle here for that third spot with White from Thailand. So if he's not feeling it, he is going to conserve that energy for deadlifts.
Yeah, and it's well worth doing it. You can see right now that there's quite a wide spread, but as deadlifts come in, like we said, White with a record in him, he's going to spring right up that leaderboard. But Reynolds just pretty far ahead at this point. Would be very tough to catch, but not impossible for Gravit. It just would be a tough day in the office, and this is without Reynolds' third attempt bench as well. So with that third attempt bench, it would be a hard gig.
Yeah, no, really would.
And the final bench, and we thought this might be the jump he makes to 10.5. And he's doing really well. He's going to collect another chip here if he gets it, and really pushing that total record. And he's already opening very close to the deadlift record as well. Jack Reynolds from the United States for a world sub-junior bench press record, 210.5 kilos, to extend it by half a kilo. And that is right on the money, the perfect number for that third attempt. And 2-1, a good lift, a new world sub-junior record. He gets a yellow from that side referee, so we're going to watch, make sure there's no glute lifts. And it's hard to tell where the glute ends and the hamstrings begin. The jury discuss it.
It's, I say, from the replay angle, it's good for me. And I think, yeah, the jury have stopped looking at it, so it will remain a good lift and a new world record.
And we head immediately now into the bench press with the 105s. Reynolds walking away with bench gold and a new world record. Gravit in silver. And we head through now to the 105s. Opening us off, Giuseppe Alessandro Vincenzi Porras from Costa Rica, 90 kilos in the bar, 15 below his personal best. Opened on squats and then X'd out his second and third attempts. So as suspected, maybe a little bit injured.
Two to one, yellow card on this right-hand side.
Yeah, we'll look at that angle from the opposite side. Don't see anything wrong there. Dan Clotaire de Dekin coming out for his opening attempt of 130 kilos, 2.5 below his personal best.
A solid opening lift there.
And 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next up will be Fabian Bukowski from Poland, 130 kilos, and the bar is loaded. Philip and Juan Carlos, get ready.
Fabian Bukowski from Poland, 130 kilos, opening on his personal best.
Okay, solid first attempt. Referees say no. 2-1.
Gets yellows from the side referees. We'll have a look at that angle in the replay. Yeah, it looks like there was a small jump there. Glutes left for a microsecond, but long enough for the referees to be unhappy with that.
The bar is loaded.
142.5 in the bar for Philippe Benet from Canada. That is a good lift, 3 white lights. Juan Carlos Virue from the United States. Opening 5 kilos below his personal best, 155. Still in a head-and-head battle with Beta, but has pulled away slightly after getting that huge world record squat. Wilson walked away with it, but still Virue benefits from the chip that he got when he held it.
Yeah, move well and 3 white lights. As we say, we don't expect too many issues on openers, although the Polish have missed. Moving well for USA, and they will move on to their second.
New sub-junior squat world record holder Austin Wilson coming out for 162.5. Seven and a half kilos below his personal best. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights. Saxoli ski by up an ultimate opening attempt, 165 in the bar. Very comfortable opener there. And a good lift, 3 white lights. A little far off the podium overall, but certainly can walk away with a bench press medal. Our final opening attempt, Sean Bader from Australia, 180 kilos, and hoping to make up some ground here to close the gap between himself and Virue.
Yeah, as we move through bench press, it'll be interesting to see the jumps they take just to chip back an extra 2.5 or 5. Yeah, let's see how this opening moves for the Australian. Yeah, very solid attempt there.
And that is a good lift, 3 white lights. And this is the place for him to make up some ground. You know, as Virue has a bigger deadlift, Bader's going to want to build as big of a bench as he can for that subtotal. And that concludes opening attempts. All bar Blakowski on the board with a bench opener. We move through now to the second round, and Vincenzi Podas coming out for 105, a match personal best.
Yeah, very easy bench press there to match his current personal best. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Now looking to get onto the scoreboard, Fabian Blakowski from Poland, retaking that 130. I believe he got yellows from either side referee. Just needs to keep those glutes down here.
Yeah, let's see what the referees say. It looked okay from our angle, and it does to the referees as well. 3 white lights. That is a good lift, meaning the Polish is now on the board.
Now done. Clotaire de Dekin from Belgium, 135, a 5 kilo jump. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, slow and steady. Let's see what the what jump they'll go into their third and final lift. But nonetheless, definitely some kilos still to take for the Belgian.
Philip Benet from Canada, taking a 10 kilo jump to 152.5, just 2.5 shy of his personal best. A little shaky, but manages still to lock it out.
And 3 white lights, that is a good lift for the Canadian. Yeah, almost looks like he twisted on the touch.
Yeah, and it does happen sometimes. Perhaps can fix that up on his third. Juan Carlos Virue from the United States. Now, he's chosen to take a 2.5 kilo jump here, and this is why I said Bader can really make up some ground, who's taking a 10 kilo jump. So it'll be interesting to see how this moves. 2.5 below his personal best. Yeah, and still moving pretty well there. I can't see him taking any huge jumps, but is 2 to 1 a good lift.
USA with 107 kilos on the bar. Austin will be followed by Saxo Lee and then Sean.
Yeah, the American clearly opting for the safe option, taking some kilos. And that side replay does look good, and the lift will stand. Next up, we have Austin Wilson, 170 kilos being loaded on the bar. This will equal his PB if successful. Yeah, very solid pressing. Let's see what the referees say. And 3 watt lights, that is a good lift. Plenty more kilos in the tank there for the Americans to choose from.
Saxo Lee from Denmark, 175 kilos on the bar. Saxo Lee will be followed by Sean, and then we will be on to our third round of bench.
And next up we have Saxo Lee Skibberei from Denmark, loading 175 kilos on the bar. It's a 10 kilo jump from his opening lift and a 5 kilo BB if successful. Opening press looked very good. Let's see how he deals with an extra 10 kilos on the bar. Yeah, very solid second lift, 10 kilos offering little extra resistance. And that is 3 white lights for the day, and that is a good lift.
190 kilos on the bar. After Sean will be Giuseppe, Fabian, and Matteo.
Yeah, you can see from the replay there, very powerful off the chest.
The bar is loaded.
Next up, we move on to Sean Bader from Australia, loading 190 kilos for his second bench press. Another 10 kilo jump from his opener at 180. 190 would equal his bench press personal best if successful.
And it moves very well for a second attempt. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights, and particularly with Vireway making another small jump, spanning 5 kilos over his entire bench. Seeing, a 5 to 7 kilo jump here for Bader, he really makes up some ground pushing into the deadlifts, and maybe even ahead as they head in. You can see Bader leading the bench press here with 190. Skibberei following in silver currently, and Wilson in bronze. We head through to the third round now, and you can see how close it is on subtotal, but those deadlift openers really do shake things up.
Yeah, you can see it there that Bader's opted for a 5 kilo jump, so that will just shoot him past for away should they be successful in their third attempts.
Vincenzi Podas from Costa Rica, 112.5, a 7.5 kilo jump for a new personal best.
Yeah, a solid third attempt there. And 3 white lights from the referees.
Next up, we have Fabian Matteo from Poland, 145 kilos on the bar.
Fabian Blakowski from Poland now jumping 5 kilos to 135 for his final attempt for a new personal best.
Yeah, very solid third attempt there from the pole, and referees give 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
From Belgium, 137.5 on the bar. The bar is loaded. Canada, USA, get ready.
Downcloth there, the deck in from Belgium, 137.5, opting for a 2.5 kilo jump here for a slight personal best.
No, and unfortunately not today. Just too heavy, that 2.5 kilo jump for the Belgian. He is holding his pec, hopefully cramp and not an injury there. Push through hard on that right hand side.
And 5 benches remaining before we head through to the 93s after the 105s. Philip Benet from Canada, 157.5, 5 kilo jump, looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best.
He's driving, he's pushing through. Can he lock it out? He's still pushing.
Wow.
No, not today. That left-hand side just trailing very slightly.
What a valiant effort that was. You know that grinding on a bench just feels like a lifetime under that bar.
He just couldn't get that left-hand arm up.
And as we mentioned before, we have Juan Carlos Firiway coming out now. Opted for another small jump, and it hasn't looked super top end, but I think he's just one of those lifters that falls off pretty hard and fast on bench. 160 to match his personal best. And this is really, as we said, where Beta can make up some of the difference.
Absolutely, look, and it's about building that total, and if this is what he's confident with, you know, gaining those extra kilos on bench, then that's what's required. Putting the pressure on Beta.
And at this moment in time, he has the chip and the body weight, so just needs to have the best day he can possible. Head forwards on his own lane. Yeah, still looks very strong. And a good lift, 3 white lights. Austin Wilson from the United States. 177.5, a 7.5 kilo jump to move him from bench bronze into silver for the time being, with Skibai to follow. 3 benches remaining before we head into a short break prior to deadlifts.
Yeah, very solid. Slowed down to that middle portion, but locked it out very well. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
And he's having a phenomenal day so far. New squat record, personal best, potential squat bench silver as well.
Absolutely, he'll carry a lot of confidence into deadlifts, which is exactly what we want. Build momentum throughout the competition, adding each and every kilo to his total.
And of course, he's not a million miles off if Beta and Virue push each other so much that one of them makes a big slip during deadlifts. Saxo Lee Skibai from Denmark, 182.5, looking to take back bench press silver from Wilson. new personal best should he make this. Already has secured at very least the bench press bronze.
And absolutely remember the weights that these guys deadlift when we get there, you know, one missed lift can change the entire podium up.
Three white lights, he could lift and walks away with bench press silver, knocking Wilson down into bronze.
5 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded.
Sean Bader from Australia, 195 for his final attempt. A 5 kilo personal best, already has bench press gold, but more importantly, this puts him ahead on prognosis leading into deadlifts, with Firaway having a bigger deadlift. So really these 5 extra kilos are pivotal for the Australian athlete. Oh, and executed so excellently there. 3 white lights and gains those extra 5 kilos for his total, which could be pivotal.
Yeah, it really could be there. Great bench press from the Australians.
And that, of course, concludes the bench press. In bronze, Wilson from the United States. In silver, Skibai from Denmark. And in bench press gold from Australia, Sean Bader with 195. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now before we see the summary of the 93 and 105 sub-juniors. We'll catch you there. Hello and welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. We are rejoined for the deadlifts of the sub-junior 93s. You can see all 14 lifters ahead of us here, followed by the 8 105s who are afterwards. And we have seen already numerous world record attempts, and I'm sure this is going to be absolutely no different. Already we have a record attempt in our first round, and someone half a kilo under that, 5 kilos under that. So finally might see that back-to-back-to-back record we thought we would see on squats. Paul Tanzi Ming from Singapore, 190 for his opening attempt.
Yep, solid opening lift there from Singapore. 3 white lights, a good lift. So normally opening round deadlifts again, fairly event-free. We expect everyone to get on the board, but as Amelia has already said, some huge attempts to come.
Junichiro Imura from Japan, opening on 200 kilos, 5 kilos below his personal best. Three white lights, a good lift.
210 kilos. Following highly straight Jaden Mulgrove. Bar is loaded.
Kai Yokomitsu from Japan, 210 kilos for his opening attempt. With this already matches his total personal best.
Yeah, solid third lift there. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Next up we have Jaden Hart from New Zealand with 230 kilos on the bar. This will be followed by Jaden.
Jaden Clark from New Zealand coming out now for his opening attempt of 230 kilos. 30 kilos below his best deadlift, so nice conservative opener we would hope. I think he dropped his opener just to adjust to how he's feeling on the day here.
Yeah, and moving well enough with 3 white lights.
Next up we'll have Jaden Mulgrove from Great Britain with 230 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded.
Yeah, we have Jaden Walgrove here opening at 230. Had a chat with the coaching team out the back. Obviously they jumped 7.5 from the opening bench, and they actually to say he was having a bit of cramp. They've got some electrolytes in, and they are confident in his deadlift performance.
Yeah, seems to be adjusting well there with his opening attempt. A good lift, 3 white lights.
Next up we have Juan Ortiz Diaz from Spain with 240 kilos on the bar. After home will be Jose Luis and Mark. Bar is loaded.
Juan Ortiz Diaz from Spain, opening on 240 kilos, 10 kilos below his personal best deadlift.
Yeah, moving very fast there, and 3 white lights, good lift for the Spanish.
Jose Luis Piego from Spain, 260 kilos on the bar. After him will be Alex, Dante, and Ethan.
Jose Luis Priego Tristel from Spain, opening on 260 kilos, 10 kilos shy of his personal best. Very comfortable looking opener.
3 white lights.
And a good lift, 3 white lights.
We have Harvey Spencer from Australia with 265 kilos on the bar.
Harvey Spencer from Australia, 265 on the bar for his opening attempt. Has a personal best of 300, so I'd imagine pretty conservative opener if the prep has gone well.
Bar is loaded.
Yeah, and moving incredibly fast for an opener, and very nice there from the Australian. 3 white lights, good lift.
We have 267.5 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded.
Dante Acuza from Mexico, 267.5 kilos. Team Mexico out in full force supporting as they have been all week.
Yeah, really bringing some vibes to the audience, the Mexican crowd.
Very comfortable opener for Dante.
And 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next up we have Ethan Smith from Canada, 270 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded.
Ethan Smith from Canada, 270 kilos. Still trying to do his best to push for podium, although the gap is certainly growing. Hoping that white would miss so he could pull onto that podium. But let's just get on the board first. 5 kilos above his personal best, deadlift, and way above his best total with his opening pull.
Yeah, moving very nice there. Smooth out lockout with 3 white lights, a good lift. Yeah, the Canadian will definitely be hoping that White is focused and pushing further forward and he can creep up behind.
Jakub Zielonka from Poland, opening on 280 kilos, 20 kilos below his deadlift personal best, but already 6.5 kilos above his total personal best. So a Polish sub-junior total record, I'd imagine.
Yeah, a little bit slow off the floor there. 1 red card from the right-hand side referee.
This will be putting him over the current world sub-junior total record, which is 880.5 kilos.
And we thought that he would get very near this on his opening attempt, and he hasn't just done that. This is 45.5 kilos above the current world sub-junior total record for Jack Reynolds on his opening pull. This would give him an 846 total as a sub-junior 93, which is just absolutely monstrous on his opening attempt.
He raises the bar. Let's see what the referees say. Yep, 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, good lift and a new world sub-junior total record there for Jack Reynolds, and it's only going to go up from there. An absolutely phenomenal effort. I know what you're worried about. It's this little wobble at the top, but he kept it pretty secure. And should Reynolds not have been here, Gravitt would have taken that total record. Chase Gravitt from the United States, 320 on the bar for an 817.5 total.
Yeah, makes light work of that 320 kilos with 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
1 kilos on the bar, attempting a new world sub-junior deadlift record.
And that, of course, was just 5.5 kilos below the current sub-junior deadlift record. And speaking of which, we mentioned before that Ethan White had a big pull on him and that he would be attempting the record, and already in his first round of deadlifts he is. This has always been his attempt. They haven't suddenly upped it. They were always so confident that he would get this. His personal best is 335 kilos, which is 14.5 kilos above where the record stands right now. And this puts him in a really good spot to stay in that bronze overall and ward Smith of Canada off. So for his opening attempt and a world sub-junior record, Ethan White from Thailand, 321 kilos on the bar. So only risky if it's not well within his capabilities. And it is not a risk at all. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a new world sub-junior record for Ethan White on his opening attempt.
Yeah, the only question now is how many more kilos can he add to that bar, but he is going to have to be careful with the Canadian Smith following up closely behind.
Yeah, well, right now, that's not the only thing he has to worry about, as both Reynolds and Gravitt have put in for another deadlift record in their second attempt. And so we'll have to see who will walk away with that record today, Reynolds, Gravitt or White, as we head and on now and push through to the second round of deadlifts.
Bar is loaded.
Pu Tan Si Ming from Singapore, 200 kilos on the bar. It's a 2.5 kilo personal best, so the first time hitting this big milestone on the platform.
Yeah, solid second there from the Singaporean athlete. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Next up we have Junichiro Miura from Japan, 217.5 kilos on the bar. Following Kai, then Jaden Clark, then Jaden Mulgrew. Bar is loaded.
Junichiro Imura from Japan taking a 17.5 kilo jump to 217.5 for his second attempt. Pretty comfortable looking second for Imura and a good lift.
Next up will be Kai Yoshido from Japan, 220 kilos on the bar. Following Kai will be Jaden Clark, then Jaden Mulgrew. The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Kai. Yokomitsu from Japan, 220 on the bar for a total personal best.
Little wobble there in the middle. Let's see what the referees say. Still a 3 white lights, good lift.
Next up, we have Jaden Clark from New Zealand with 242.5 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, managed to drive his knees through and locked it out well.
Jaden Clark from New Zealand, taking a 12.5 kilo jump to his second, 242.5 on the bar. Adjusting to the day he's having, looking to go 3 for 3 on deadlifts.
A little bit sticky as it crossed the knees.
Very good lift, 3 white lights.
Next out will be Jaden Walker from Great Britain, 245 kilos on the bar.
Jaden Woolgrove from Great Britain out next. Taking 15 kilo jump from his opener to 245, just 5 kilos off his best deadlift, and this would match his best total. Solid looking second for Woolgrove.
And 3 white lights, good lift.
Seems now back on track with his deadlift. Still, if they choose a good third attempt, could get a total personal best there and on deadlifts. Ortiz Diaz from Spain, 255 kilos, a 15 kilo jump. This will be a 5 kilo personal best on deadlift and 2.5 on total.
Another solid second attempt there from the Spanish. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Dante Creeks of Mexico, 280 on the bar to match his personal best. A 12.5 kilo jump from his opener, a 9.5 kilo total PB with this.
Yeah, very well locked out. And 3 white lights, good lift from the Mexican.
From Spain, 208 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Jose Luis Priego Tristel from Spain, 280 on the bar, a 20 kilo jump for a 10 kilo personal best on deadlift. A 12.5 kilo personal best in total.
Very speedy second attempt there, and 2-1. Yellow card on this right-hand side.
Oh, the jury's overruled it. We'll have a look at this in the replay. They said for yellow, so perhaps he let go of the bar at the bottom.
282.5 kilos on the bar.
No, I'm not too sure. But unfortunately, it's a no lift for Priego Tristel. Ethan Smith in Canada, 282.5. 12.5 kilo jump. A little way off the podium right now, but still could certainly pick up some valuable team points for Team Canada. Unfortunately, they're not super happy with the lockout there. Have a look at this in the replay. Not super happy with that finishing position. Jury look at it, but they have to be unanimous to turn anything over. And unfortunately, in disagreement, so you have to say they say the shoulders have to be further back next time round. 295 for Harvey Spencer. A 30 kilo jump from his opener, a huge jump for the Australian lifter. Wow, and it makes pretty good work of that jump. And 2-1, a good lift. Again, a lifter getting a red for the lockout here. We'll just have a look at the replay. Looked okay on the first instance, and I think he should be fine with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jakub Zielonka from Poland, 295, a 15 kilo jump. Not yet at his personal best of 300, but already surpassed his best total by a long way here. All of these athletes vying for position and team points. And it's a tough lockout. I want to see what the referees say here. Yeah, we go. 3 white lights, a good lift, and did really well to keep pulling into the right position.
Yeah, absolutely. He just was able to maintain that sort of upper back position, didn't let the shoulders drop forward. Let's see where he ends up on his third.
Still have 2 more lifters after Jack in this round.
And 3 second attempts remaining, and already we have these back-to-back deadlift records. Jack Reynolds in the United States, 330 for a new world sub-junior total and deadlift record. This is also would give him 2 kilos off the junior 93 record, which was hit in NAPFs this year by Dimitri Ayala, 863. Ooh, and I don't think he got that down command. And he throws his hands up, but that's no one's fault.
No. I'm sure he'll rectify it on his third, but nonetheless.
Yeah, and he'll be pretty tough to catch for Gravit, but he certainly wants to hit that milestone and perhaps collect another record if he can, but we'll have to see how the rest of the second tent unfurl. He wanted the Queen Sweep, squat, bench, deadlift, and total record. But he might just have to let go of that deadlift record, especially if the next 2 attempts go successfully. It's being pushed up quite some way. And the bar is loaded for Thailand's Ethan White. Broke the sub-junior deadlift record on his opener, 321. Now is trying to push it all the way to 335.5. This is over his personal best by half a kilo. Let's see how this moves for him and how long he'll hold on to it as well. And it's still pretty speedy there for White. And a good lift, a 3 white lights. He extends his deadlift record now to 335.5. Like I said, let's see how long that will stand. We're in the second round and there's still another second attempt to go. And if you thought he pushed it a long way, Just look at this number on the bar now. Chase Gravitt from the United States looking for 349. It's a near 30 kilo jump here, 29 kilos for Gravitt. And he is looking to push Reynolds. If he gets this and his third attempt, even if he gets this and Reynolds misses third attempt, Gravitt could walk away with the world title. So a lot to play for here, particularly if he makes it look convincing enough to push Reynolds in that final round of deadlifts. And we thought Reynolds was too far to catch, but with a jump like this, Gravitt has made up some ground if he can get it. So this will actually pull him ahead of Reynolds heading into the final round. So as you would suspect, it hits a couple of records and the bar is just being cleaned for him to give him the best chance possible. And the bar is loaded. Chase Gravitt from the United States for a World Sub-Junior deadlift and total record, and to pull ahead of Reynolds heading into the third round of deadlifts. 349 on the bar, a lot riding on this. Wow. Oh, and the same problem as Reynolds for the two Americans now in a very close battle for that overall.
Yeah, both missing that down command, but also that left-hand side, if you look at the replay, his left hand looked like it was opening up as well. Let's hope that's not going to be a grip issue for his third and final attempt.
Well, yeah, I think that's why he put it down originally. And you can see it looks like they're separated a lot right now. And if Reynolds gets his third, they will be. But Gravitt looking to pull afterwards. If Reynolds misses, he can hopefully make that 349 and pull ahead. And if he gets it, he's put on 364 to try and pull ahead. It's a big ask. They have the advantage of being able to drop if they need to, especially with White, who's going to potentially push for position. And with a second attempt that White had, he certainly has the strength for it. So we head into the third and final round now and see how this pans out. We thought it was a dead certain gold finish for Reynolds, and now it could be any of the three.
Yeah, it really could, with Gravitt obviously coming in with the pulling last advantage, but as we get into third rounds, let's see how it unfolds.
Paul Tanzi Ming from Singapore, 210 on the bar, 10 kilo jump, very personal best on total and deadlift.
Pulling through and he locks it out. And 3-1, that is a good lift from Singapore. Great day there for the Singaporean.
222.5 kilos on the mat for his final leg of the day. After Junichiro will be Kai and Jaden Clark.
Junichiro Imura from Japan, 222.5 kilos, 5 kilo jump here to further improve his personal best, deadlift and total.
The bar is loaded.
And he locks out to close off his third and final deadlift. 3 white lights, good lift from the Japanese.
35 kilos on the bar. Followed by Jaden Clark, then Jaden Walker.
Kai by Yokomiso from Japan. Took a 10 kilo jump from his opener to his second, now taking a larger jump of 15 kilos to his third, 235. Looking for a new personal best on deadlift by 10 kilos should he get this, and a big total PB as well.
Unfortunately not, just got stuck over the knees, and that was the worry coming off his second lift. Unfortunately no lift there.
247.5 kilos on the bar to finish out his day. Following Jaden Clark will be Jaden Woolgrove and then Ryan Ortiz Diaz.
Jaden Clark from New Zealand, 247.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump from his second. Looking to end the day on a high.
He's pulling through. His body is shaking. He's still going.
Wow. And that is such a shame. He just couldn't hold on to it for a second longer. But what an effort.
Next up we have Jaden Woolgrove from Great Britain, 250 kilos on the bar. Jaden will be followed by Jon, Ethan and Dante.
Jaden Woolgrove from Great Britain coming out to match his personal best of 250 and to extend his best total to 670.
Pulling, he gets it over the knee. He's in a strong position. Can he lock it out? No, not today, unfortunately.
All lessons to be learned, and no better place than on the world stage. As a sub-junior, very long career ahead of him, hopefully. Ortiz Diaz from Spain taking a 10 kilo jump to his third, 265, looking to further extend his total and deadlift personal best here.
Bar is loaded.
Pulls it through and locks it out. Very nice. No.
Just couldn't hold on to it, unfortunately.
Next up we have Ethan Smith from Canada, 282.5 kilos on the bar. Here are 5 lifters to change opening attempt to the 105, 5 lifters to change attempt to the 105. And we have an attempt change, ladies and gentlemen.
This is whereabouts we start to see the attempt changes come in as athletes vie for position on and off the podium,
Please load the bar to
looking to pick up some team points or perhaps hit a personal best, if not fighting for anything else. Ethan Smith not pushing for near the podium anymore. This would take him into 4th overall, just trying to get ahead of Shalonka for the time being. White just too far to catch now. White actually in with a pretty decent chance of taking the overall. Plenty of lifting to come before then. Ethan Smith from Canada, 287.5 kilos on the bar to put him into 4th position overall. A personal best on deadlift and on total after missing his second. Just weren't happy with that finishing position. He got 2 reds. Unfortunately, that finishing position just too hard to get into.
Next out, we will have Dante Akiza from Mexico, 295 kilos on the
Yeah, good bar speedo off the floor and over the knee, but today the weight was just too much to lock out and hold on to.
Akiza of Mexico. For Dante will be Jakob, then Luis.
7 deadlifts remaining before we head through to the sub-junior 105s. First of which, Dante Akiza from Mexico, taking 10 kilo jump to 290 to further extend his deadlift and total personal best by 10 kilos.
And the bar is loaded for Dante.
He is over the knee and he locks it out. Let's see what the referees say. What a great pull, 3 white lights. That is a good lift from the Mexican. Fights it all the way. Very well deserved 3rd and final attempt there.
Now Jakub Zielonka looking to pull back into that 4th position overall, trying to get as many team points as he can for Team Poland. Just 5 kilos more than his second attempt here to match his personal best deadlift. 300 kilos on the bar. Just a bit too heavy for Zielonka today. Currently stays in 5th.
300 kilos on the bar, following Jose Luis, Louis Harvey, Jack, Ethan, and Chase. 2 more lifters to change opening attempts for the 105s, 2 more lifters to change opening attempts. Bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Jose Luis Priego Tristel from Spain. Didn't get that 280 on his second, jumping to 300 kilos now for the 3rd. Hoping for a 700 kilo total, big milestone. And a 300 kilo deadlift. Wow, and he gets it going again.
That is very impressive, locks it out.
Let's see if there are any blues. No, 3 white lights, a good lift and a phenomenal final pull for 2 big milestones in one, 300 and 700.
You can see him, he almost straight leg deadlifts that. Gets it over the knees and locks it out. What an impressive pull that is.
Hamstrings of steel.
Last lifter to change attempts.
4 pulls remaining. First of which we have Harvey Spencer from Australia, 307.5. Took a 30 kilo jump from opener to second. Now looking for a 12.5 kilo jump from second to third. This would land him on a 722.5. total and pull him into 4th overall, just off the podium, gaining those team points for Team Australia. 4th in the world if he gets this.
All it moves, he gets it past the knees. Can he lock it out?
He gets the down command, but are they happy enough with it? 2 to 1, a good
2 to 1.
lift. He moves into 4th overall. What an end to that competition. We'll have a look at that again, as I can see the jury reviewing it.
I think it looks good. I really do think it looks good. He distracts the jury by giving the fist pump.
Yeah,
And
it seems to have worked. It will remain a good lift. Maybe a good tactic moving forwards.
absolutely.
3 lifts remaining, and they are all absolutely integral. All 3 lifters pulling for the win. Reynolds pulling to make that a very difficult job. If he gets it, it's a reasonable ask for both Gravett and White to pull ahead of him. They look very separate there on current total, but on prognosis, very, very close. Sorry, just Gravett, White too far behind. Jack Reynolds now, 330 kilos. World Sub-Junior total record.
Yeah, he definitely had the strength on his second, but didn't quite get the lockout right.
And holds it until the down command this time round, and 2 to 1.
No.
Unfortunately, they're just not happy with that lockout, and we'll have a look at that again in the replay as we see Gravett drop the attempt, I assume, to match what he needs to pull ahead. And notice Ethan White, that changes. Jury are discussing it,
Yeah.
but for now, we have another world record attempt coming up.
World Sub-Junior record.
Gravett and Reynolds so far ahead. No one can fight for it except the 2 of them. And the jury is overruled to a good lift for Reynolds, which means that job for Gravett is that much harder, and he's not going to want to change from that 349. So that'll put him half a kilo ahead of Reynolds, and having a potential world record pull in him is potentially going to be his savior here. See plenty of attempt changes coming in, and just 2 deadlifts remaining.
Yeah, so the score sheet at the moment, obviously that lift hasn't been overturned yet, so we'll wait for that.
You can see the score sheet right here. 349 and 364 for Gravett and White coming up, and a change, you can see 364 has been changed here as Reynolds got that successful lift, so they have to move back up now to get that half kilo ahead, and it is a huge ask for Gravett, especially as he lost grip on that second attempt. It moved very, very quickly, but it is a big ask. If he gets this, he'll walk away Sub-Junior World Champion. He can't lose silver, so just pushing, and why wouldn't you?
Absolutely, and we have seen stranger things. People pull up to a gear that everyone thought wasn't expected for their 3rd and final pulls.
But it is, as you said, a huge ask. It would be the lift of a lifetime if Chase Gravett is to make this.
It really would, and you look into the crowd now and the room is full, everyone is standing.
And it's really not so far away from the World Open record of 373.5 in the 93s. Absolutely monumental deadlift here. Would be absolutely historic, and you can see the bar and the platform just getting cleaned up there, making sure it is absolutely right for these 2 world record attempts. And the bar is loaded for Chase Gravett from the United States. 364 for a World Sub-Junior deadlift and total record, and pull into gold place overall. It is a huge ask. Can he answer? And he breaks the floor. Oh, but unfortunately, just cannot hold on to it, and it was worth the try. You can see Jack Reynolds in the crowd with a sigh of relief knowing the title is his.
It was a valiant effort to lose 349 on his second and grip. To even get 364 to the knee was a valiant effort, but unfortunately not today.
And that leaves us with one final deadlift remaining, and a huge one at that. Cannot drop whatsoever, as obviously Gravit attempted 364. 364.5 now going on for Ethan White, and deadlift gold and bronze overall are very much secured, but this would extend that deadlift record an absolutely immense amount. Just to remind you, it started on 320.5 today. This would extend it by 44 kilos just today, just by Ethan White. What an absolutely incredible feat that would be. We thought seeing the squat record move up by 30 kilos was a lot. Over 40 kilos on top of the old record here. And as I said, the open record in the 93s is 373.5. This would be an absolutely incredible feat for the 18-year-old, should he get this.
Yeah, bar being cleaned here by the platform crew makes sure it's in absolutely perfect condition for this world record attempt.
Taking extreme care in his work there to make sure that Ethan White has the best opportunity possible. And the bar is loaded for Ethan White from Thailand, 364.5 kilos, a monumental lift, 9 kilos below the World Open deadlift record. And here he comes with high spirits. Everybody is watching, half the room on their feet for a huge final attempt, a new sub-junior world record if he gets this, edging close to the open record. But it's just too much today.
It was a big ask, nonetheless. It broke the floor.
He still walks away with the deadlift gold and with the world record of 335.5 in deadlift. And that is the end of the 93s. Your world champion, Jack Reynolds from the United States, 861 for his total, 2 kilos off the junior record total there. Absolutely incredible session. Chase Gravit in silver and Ethan White in bronze, but Jack Reynolds today just too far ahead of the competition for anybody to catch him. We head immediately now into the 105 sub-juniors for an absolute fight and masterclass at the top. Wilson and Viruwe now neck and neck, separated by half a kilo, as we've seen both of them up their deadlift openers. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. 1 and 2 separated by half a kilo, 2 and 3 separated by half a kilo. It is 1 kilo between first and third, and it is going to be the fight of a lifetime.
And it really is. Just looking back at Jack Reynolds there, that last, the total he now posted pulls him into first place and best lifter with 113.5366 GL points.
Onto the 105s, and as I was saying, the first, second and third, Wilson, Viruwe and Bader separated only by 1 kilo between them. The lightest of the three, Viruwe, followed by Wilson, and then Bader. Giuseppe Alessandro Vincenzi Podas, 70 kilos in the bar. Three white lights and a good lift. Let's have a look at that again in the replay. Now he X'd out his squats, second and third attempt, came out for all three bench. So I'm wondering here what the plan is for Vincenzi Podas. And it looks like he's put a big second attempt in, but that's just to give a little bit more time to the rest of the competition, I would imagine. rather than Xing out his attempts on a relatively short flight. We now have Dan Clotaire de Decken, Belgium, 2:45 for his opening attempt. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights. Saxoli ski by from Denmark, 250 on the bar.
Yeah, very speedy opener there. And no, too well. Good lift, but 2-1. Red card from the middle referee.
Yeah, he looks a little confused there. It's for centre referee not quite liking that lockout. It's the only thing red can be for deadlifts, but looks okay to me, and the jury seem happy with it too. It'll remain a good lift. Bar is loaded for Philippe Benet from Canada, 265.
Solid opening attempt there from the Canadian. 2-1, good lift. Again, red card on the left-hand side. See it here in the replay.
Fabian Blokowski from Poland, 275 for his opening attempt. Already this would be a 5 kilo total personal best for him. Bit of a wobble at the top there. Yeah, unfortunately gets called with blues for that, and then the left side referee just not happy with the lockout anyway, but the strength is clearly there and hopefully he can fix that.
Yeah, not unusual to see that in sumo. Obviously not ideal for the lifter on an opening lift, but I'm sure he will secure that or more on his second lift.
Sean Bader from Australia, 282.5. Coming into deadlifts, he was in the lead in prognosis, but with both Wilson and Virouet changing their opening attempts, now is in third, just 1 kilo behind Virouet. It's a comfortable looking opener, but not being the only of the three without a chip certainly will hinder him, especially as he's the heaviest of the three, so he's going to have to make up the difference somewhere.
Yeah, it'll be a tight ask, but obviously we're only on openers, a long way to go, and still some big pulls to be made.
290 kilos for Austin Wilson from the United States. 10 kilos below his best deadlift, and already this would give him a 0.5 kilo total PB.
Yeah, very speedy opener there from USA, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Juan Carlos Viruet from the United States, 307.5 on the bar. Really very little separates the three now. Let's see how he can make this move. Current deadlift record in the sub-juniors, 330.5.
Yeah, very speedy opening deadlift there from the Americans, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Yeah, aggressive and speedy, very similar to how he executes his squats, and that worked out extremely well for him, particularly as he gets that chip from the squats. Didn't end up with the record, but the chip might be what he needs today. We move through to the second round of squats, and we can see here Viruet leading in squat gold with 307.5, followed by Wilson in silver with 290, and Bader in bronze with 282.5. We're going to have a minute now as Vincenzi Porras from Costa Rica is not coming out for that second attempt. So a quick look at how close it is overall. We can see Blokowski still without a deadlift on the board, but Wilson, Viruet and Bader currently separated by 1 kilo. You can see on the score sheet as well, as I said, Bader the heaviest, then Wilson, Viruet the lightest. And it's interesting to see the different jumps they've made here. Actually, Bader a much bigger jump than we expected, matching that of his competitors. So still sticking nice and close, but with the jump that Viruet made, should everyone hit their second attempt, he will be leading by 2 kilos, followed by Wilson 2 kilos behind, and then Bader 1 kilo behind him. So it really will come down to that final pull. None of them can afford to miss.
Yeah, Viruet carrying the advantage of a body weight and currently, as it stands, pulling last.
Coming out for his second attempt now, a 20 kilo jump. Dan Clotter, the Deccan, Belgium, 265. Already this would be a 2 kilo personal best on deadlift. And 14.5 kilo total PB.
Locks it out, and the referees, 3 white lights, good lift.
Next up, we will have Saxoli Skibai from Denmark, 270 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded.
Saxoli Skibai from Denmark. Opened with 250, now taking a 20 kilo jump to 270. Got a red from the center referee on his opener, but jury and side referees happy both that it was a good lift. Let's see how a 20 kilo jump affects him here. Already this be a 1.5 kilo total personal best for him.
Yeah, very smooth deadlift there, and 3 white lights, good lift.
Next up, we have Fabian Blokowski, Poland, 275 kilos on the bar. Fabian will be followed by Philip, Sean, and Austin.
Fabian Blokowski from Poland, yet to get his opening attempt in, retaking 275 here, which certainly feels like the right decision. Best to secure that total before anything else.
well locked out.
3 whites
And 3 white lights, good lift. He is on the board.
280 kilos on the bar. He will be followed by Sean, Austin, and Juan Carlos. The bar is loaded.
Philip coming out now, 280 kilos, a 15 kilo jump for the Canadian, 10 kilo personal best on deadlift, 12.5 kilo personal best on total should he make this.
See what the referees say. 2-1 good lift. Red on the left hand side.
Yeah, far side referee just not happy with Bennett's lockout. This is the angle that got that red. Jury are discussing it.
The bar is loaded.
For now, we will move on to our next lifter, one of the top 3 contenders overall, Sean Bader from Australia, 300 kilos. And the jury has overruled Bennett's last deadlift. 17.5 kilo jump, looking pretty comfortable for Bader there.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty left in the tank for him to take into his third lift.
Of course, he's going to pull first out of those top 3 fighting. You can see how the second moves and make adjustments to his final attempt twice, but he will be pulling before Wilson and Vinouet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the choice there for him is he's just got to take what he's got on the day and push the others.
307.5 for Austin Wilson from the United States, and this will pull him into first overall with Juan Carlos to follow. And I say move very similar to Bader's second there. It's a good lift, 3 white lights, and pulls into pole position for the time being with Juan Carlos Vinouet to follow.
The current record is 330.5.
And our final second attempt before we head through to the third and final round of deadlifts in these sub-junior 105s where the race is really so tight. Juan Carlos Vinouet from the United States taking a 20 kilo jump to 327.5 to pull into pole position heading into the third and final round. Just 3 kilos off the world sub-junior deadlift record, so has the opportunity to put a chip onto that third attempt should he need it. Let's see how this moves and how much he has left in the tank to fight for that overall title.
Yeah, solid attempt and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
And it moves into that pole position. Let's have a look at that one more time. It's going to be very much down to that final moment. If someone misses, they're out of the game, and really that's all it's going to take is getting that final attempt, and he has the advantage of seeing what he needs to put on the bar. But will that be too much? We'll have to wait and see. Vinouet leading the deadlifts, of course, with the 327.5, just off of the world record of 330.5. Wilson behind in silver with 307.5, and currently in deadlift bronze, Bader with 300. And you can see how close it remains overall. 2 kilos ahead at the top. Vinouet just behind Wilson, and just behind him by a kilo, Bader. We head into the third and final round, and Ben, really, it is so close. As a coach, what do you think of this?
Yeah, so obviously Bader coming in, the heaviest, going to pull before the others. He just needs to put every kilo that he can in on the bar and push the others, and hopefully they make a mistake. When it comes down to it now, Vrille, you know, he's got the advantage. He will pull last, and he'll be able to adjust that attempt as required. But it is very, very open and looking like a great third attempt battle here.
Yeah, the podium is very much assured. We know who the podium finishers are. The order in which they land right now, very, very unsure of that. And it really is going to come down to that final pull. And that's what we love to see in a fight in powerlifting. And we head into that third and final round now. Can Clotaire de Decken from Belgium taking a 10-kilo jump to his third attempt to be a 10-kilo personal best. You can see there it's 265, even a 275 deadlift and a 685 total. That's a great effort, but it just slips out of hands. It's too much today.
A valiant third effort there from the Belgian, but unfortunately not his day for 275.
Saxoli ski by from Denmark coming out for his final attempt now. $282.5 kilos on the bar, 2.5 kilos of his best ever deadlift, 12.5 kilo jump, 12.5 kilo personal best in total.
Pulls it through and locks it out.
Yeah, great final effort from Denmark. 3 white lights, a good lift for Saxeby. Ski by with a great final pull there. Philip Bennett from Canada, 285. Didn't get that 280 on his second. Looking to go up now for a personal best on deadlift and total, but to move into the top 6 provisionally. Overall, looking to pick up some important team points for Canada.
Gets it over the knee and locks it out this time. Let's see what the referees say. Good lift, 2-1, 1 red card on the left-hand side. The replay showing us that size that the referee called it. And it looks like it is going to stand.
And now, as expected, starting to see some attempt changes come in. And as they come in, we'll keep you updated of them on the scoreboard. Out next, Fabian Blakowski from Poland, 290 kilos, a 15-kilo jump to try and move into the top 5 spot overall. And we've seen the attempt changes come in, but we haven't seen where they're landing yet. And it looks like it's Poland yet.
287.5 for podium.
And they can still change it because the bar wasn't called yet. 287.5 now. 12.5 kilo jump. Does the same thing to his position. It just lands him on a 682.5 kilo total. So I'm not entirely sure as to why the change, unless it's for a record back home.
Let's see what the referees say. It did look like there was a dip there, and yes, he's been called there. Unfortunately, no lift. 3 blue cards there across the board.
And the next 3 lifts will all be pulling for pole position. And we knew it would come down to this, and finally the moment has arrived. The first up to bat, Team Australia and Sean Bader. Like we said, he was going to always be the first to pull and just do what he can and hope that the 2 Americans push each other a little too far. He'll have to win more than just with a match total. He's the heaviest of the 3.
Yeah, we spoke about this at the beginning of the flight, Amelia, and exactly that. He's got to just make sure whatever's on that bar is what he can lift.
And the bar is loaded for Sean Bader from Australia. 310 kilos to take him to an 815 kilo total. The owner lifter out of the top 3 without the advantage of a chip, so just has to hit as big as possible here.
And it's over the knees, he pulls and locks it out.
And he finished day strong. 3 white lights, a good lift, pulls into pole position. He's done everything he can right now to take that crown, but all he can do after that is sit and wait in the wings and watch the 2 American lifters for their final pull of the day. And you can see Wilson getting extremely hyped up here in the wings. Austin Wilson looking to pull from bronze overall ahead of Bader, knocking him down to silver. This is to beat Bader by 1 kilo. And that's why that chip was so important that he picked up on the squat. So for the very last pull of the day for Austin Wilson from the United States, 317.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump, looking to move into gold overall ahead of Bader. That's a great effort, and he looks like he's managing to lock it out if he can hold on to it.
It looks like a great lift. Let's see what the referees say.
3 white lights, a good lift, and he pulls ahead of Bader into pole position, and you can see how much it means to him. The crown will go to an American lifter, but we still don't know whether it's Wilson or whether it's Viraway, and we won't have to wait long to find out. And that expected attempt change has come in for Viraway to match. As I said, Viraway the lightest of the 3, and that might be what it comes down to. He also has the advantage of a whole chip, so looking to total 816 as well here. And what a close fight that would be. That would leave the podium 816, 816, 815. The closest battle we've seen yet this championships. And the bar is getting cleaned for him now.
Absolutely, and what a fight. And that pull from Wilson was bang on the money. I don't think he had another kilo left in him.
And for the very last time this session, the bar is loaded. Juan Carlos Viraway from the United States for a World Sub-Junior deadlift record, 335.5 kilos, the exact number he needs to pull into pole position, knocking Bader down to bronze and Wilson down to silver to match the 8:16 that Wilson just hit and walk away sub-junior world champion. And he wants some energy from the room for this last final pull. It's going to be the pull of a lifetime for him. His last year as a sub-junior, walking away junior world champion if he gets this. And he manages to break the floor.
Crosses the knees. Can he lock it out?
No, unfortunately, it was just too much, and you can see how much he wanted it, but unfortunately, that leaves him in bronze. But this crowd still supporting him, and he thanks the crowd for doing so. What a phenomenal finish to that flight, and we knew it would come down to who missed, and unfortunately, Virue was that who did. In deadlifts, Bader walking away with deadlift bronze with 310. In silver, Wilson with 317.5, and in gold, Virue with 327.5. And overall, look how close it was, even with that miss. Virue, your bronze medalist from the United States with 808. From Australia, Sean Bader, 815, your silver medalist, and your new sub-junior world champion in the 105s, Austin Wilson from the United States, 816. Absolutely incredible fight, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head to the medal ceremony now for these young men, and then rejoin you at 2 p.m. local time for the 93 kilo juniors. We'll see you there.
second place from the USA, Chase Gravitt, with a squat of 307.5 kilos. And your gold squat medalist, Jack Reynolds from the USA, 320.5 kilos and a new world record. Your squat medalists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. Next up, we'll do our bench press medals for the 93 kilo sub-juniors. In third place, your bronze medalist, Ethan Smith from Canada, 187.5 kilos. And in second place, your silver medalist, Chase Gravitt from the USA, 190 kilos. And in first place, your gold medalist, Jack Reynolds from the USA, 210.5 kilos for a new world record. Your bench press medalists, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, gentlemen, you can sit down. And your deadlift medalists. In third place, your bronze medalist, with a deadlift of 320 kilos, Chase Gravitt, USA. And in second place, your silver medalist, Jack Reynolds, USA, 330 kilos. And your gold medalist, first place from Thailand, Ethan White, with 335.5 kilos and a new world deadlift record. Your deadlift record, your deadlift medalists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. You can sit down. Now on to the total. In third place, your bronze medalist with a total of 750.5 kilos from Thailand, Ethan White. And in second place, your silver medalist vice champion from the USA, Chase Gravitt, 817.5 kilos. And in first place, with a total of 861 kilos and a new world record, Jack Reynolds, USA. Your 93 kilo sub-junior medalists, ladies and gentlemen. Please be upstanding for the national anthem of the United States of America. Everyone standing. your silver medalist from the USA, Juan Carlos Ferro, 325 kilos. And your gold medalist, first place spot with 321 kilos and a new world record, Austin Wilson, USA. Your squat medalists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. You can step down. Moving on to the bench press medals. In third place, your bronze medalist with 177.5 kilos, Austin Wilson, USA. In second place, your silver medalist with 182.5 kilos, Saxo Lee Skibai from Denmark. And your gold medalist, first place with 195 kilos, Sean Bader, Australia. Your bench press medalists. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to the deadlift medals. In third place, bronze medalist with 310 kilos, Sean Bader, Australia. And in second place, your silver medalist with 317.5 kilos, Austin Wilson, USA. And in first place, your gold medalist with 327.5 kilos, Juan Carlos Ferro from USA. Your deadlift medalists. Thank you, gentlemen. You can sit down. Moving on to the total. In third place, your bronze medalist for the 105 kilo sub-junior class from the USA with a total of 808 kilos, Juan Carlos Ferro. And in second place, your silver medalist, vice champion with a total of 815 kilos from Australia, Sean Bader. And in first place, the champion of the 105 kilo sub-junior class with a total of 816 kilos from the USA, Austin Wilson.